you want me to do it, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, everybody. Are we ready to start?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome, both in the room and those of you who have joined us remotely. I think I'm going to echo. It's that kind of room. I'll speak a little softer and they'll turn the mic down. Absolutely delighted to see an attendance of this number for our business meeting, and also those of you who've joined online who have come along to see how we conduct business. Just a couple of housekeeping items for you. Those of us who stayed here last night do know that the hotel is slightly prone to the odd fire alarm. Fortunately, not in the middle of the night. So if there is an alarm, even though the probability is it will be an accident rather than a fire, we do have to follow the rules, so we do have to vacate. There is an exit at the back, there is an exit over to my right, to your left, and then obey the instructions of the hotel staff. The meeting point is on the opposite side of the road to the front door, as some of us discovered. I'm sure most of you have probably found your way around the foyer, but the toilets are out of the rear door, turn to the right, and they are over in that area. Could I ask you all also to turn off all mobile phones, or at least put them onto silent, so we don't get, I have done mine, so we don't get unfortunate ringing. And I think that really concludes the notices for you, and a very warm welcome to our 2021 conference. Normally our Chair of Trustees, John Widdowson, would be with us. Unfortunately, he has family concerns, so he's not able to address you in a joint welcome. But I'm going to take the opportunity, if you will bear with me, to ask our CEO, Simon Parkinson, to stand up and just show his face and say a few words.
Morning, everyone. Just great to see you in person, and we'll talk about that a bit more as we go through the day. And morning to everybody online as well. You know, great that you could give us the time. I'm Simon Parkinson, Chief Exec and General Secretary, two very important roles, as Sahid reminds me of all the time. So just a warm welcome from me. Look forward to meeting as many of you as possible during the day, and then we'll get into the business for this first hour, and then hopefully a really enjoyable day with some breakout sessions and some plenary sessions as well. So thank you from the, I really mean it, for coming down to Leeds and joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, as I said, John unfortunately is unable to be with us, but he has sent a report, and I'm going to ask our Deputy President, Mike Shilland, if he would read that report on John's behalf.
Thank you, President. It's excellent to see you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to read the report that John has given me to read. As some of you will know, over the last 2 years, we have been conducting a review of the governance at board level. This has been undertaken to ensure that we reflect changes in the legal and regulatory environment and adopt the best practices we can. The board is also aware that we need to ensure we have the right mixture of skills and experience to address the issues we face, and the need to reflect the diversity of our members and students. As a result, we have created a new committee system to ensure the board can deal in appropriate detail with both internal and external challenges. Amongst those challenges is that of dealing with the changing demands from those who fund much of our provision, particularly the relatively new combined authorities, all of which have their own view and priorities for adult and community education. This makes life much more complicated as we enter into a more competitive tendering process. That policy of devolving more and more responsibility to the regions looks set to continue and we need to provide leadership from the board to ensure that we can respond flexibly and quickly. The current word is agility, so that the legitimate needs of our members and learners are not ignored. Simon will say more about what we are doing to address these and other issues. One thing sits above all of the detailed discussions which will take place, and that is the continuing need to make the case for adult and community education. It's a sad fact that the part adult education can play in improving and changing the lives of ordinary people is not that well understood or appreciated by those who make decisions about funding. This is despite years of lobbying and working alongside other organizations which share our commitment and values. The spending review, expected later in the autumn, looks likely to present further challenges as we continue to make the case. However, I do not believe in being a peddler of doom and gloom. We have emerged in a stronger position from the pandemic than we might have expected. We need to adopt the agility to adapt the means of delivering our programs quickly, gaining valuable experience in how to encourage online learning. We grew our membership and maintained a sound financial position. None of this can be taken for granted, but it does give us a strong base on which to build. Policies such as levelling up, combating the educational deficit caused by the pandemic, and better skills for all in a digitized society can give us great opportunities to work with adults in their communities to make sure that they are not left behind. If you extend this to the positive benefits participation in learning can bring for social inclusion, coping with loneliness and isolation, and creating a healthier society, then the opportunities should be there, if we choose to take them. There is a great deal to be done, and more issues and challenges ahead, but a successful future lies in our hands and minds. It is, as is often the case, all up to us now to engage with the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Right, before we continue with the remainder of the business, with the finance report, I would like to take a few minutes to just remember colleagues who sadly have died during the past 12-18 months. I have been notified of some colleagues specifically, and I will mention them, but there will sadly, I think, be more that we are not aware of, and I would like us to, if we are aware of people in our own area, to just take some time to think about them, as well as the ones that we are in a position to remember here. In April 2020, we lost a long-term member from the Northwest, Dennis O'Brien. Dennis joined the WEA following his war service in 1947 and was a committed member of the organisation, both in the region and at times in the wider governance, right up until his retirement in full honours in 2003. A phenomenal record where he ran a branch, sat on a regional committee, attended conference virtually every year along with his wife. Dennis was a committed WEA member, a committed socialist, absolutely the kind of member that we have at this moment in time. So, as I say, that sadly is a big loss for us. In March 2021, unexpectedly and a great shock to the Northwest, was the death of Nigel Todd. And I'm going to ask Keith Hodgson from the northeast, did I say? My apologies. Did I say the northwest? It's the northeast. And I'm going to ask Keith from the northeast to just say a few words because he knew Nigel far better than I do.
President and friends, it's an honour to say something about Nigel because his loss is absolutely immense to the North East, but I think to the whole of the WEA movement. And Nigel, he lived and breathed the WEA, and at the age of 17, he started work as a clerk in an office in London. And his first job was to light the fire, in the coal fire in the offices. And he went on from there to Ruskin College, and he developed an interest in history. And from then on, he became a real ambassador for not just the WEA formally, but I think for the working class, for everyone who took an interest in history. But he also pioneered the concept of green branches, and he was inspirational in developing that. I first met Nigel 30 years ago on a NUPE WEA Return to Learn course, and I was immediately impressed by the way in which he welcomed learners who were anxious about coming into a learning environment, and he was wonderful with them. And it's a measure of Nigel that his spirit was one where he was self-effacing, he was very humble, he was very someone who never pushed himself forward, but he had a steely determination to make things happen. And I cannot express to you how much of a loss he is in the Northeast. He was on our regional committee, but he was involved in so many other things. He was fundamental in getting the Centenary Commission on Adult Learning sorted and taken on by the WEA and others. He was a councillor in Newcastle where he got a project called Greening Wingrove off the ground in his community. He was also chair of the Cooperative Society Education Movement, and he was a very good friend, I know, of the chief executive of Simon. So he is such a huge loss to all of us, and we're still reeling from this. But I think for us, we've got to carry on the things that he started, because I think that's going to be a measure of Nigel Todd. So he's much missed, and he was a great ambassador for the WEA. Thank you.
In April 21, sadly, we lost Ian Gibson. He was a former Labour MP in the Norwich area, very committed again. He was a part-time WEA teacher. He taught health and safety in trade union environments, and again was a massive ambassador for WEA. So another big loss for the people who knew him and for the organisation. And finally, in terms of the ones I've been notified, but by no means, as I say, sadly, the entire list, was Janine Tyler, who has died very recently in September. Janine was a member with her husband of the Barnet branch and had run it for several years with great enthusiasm and dedication. They had just handed over the running of the branch, and were looking forward to retirement, being sort of bystanders rather than activists, when sadly Janine died. And the Barnet branch would like to pass on their appreciation to people who have remembered her, and for us to remember her at conference. Shall we just take a moment to just think a little about the people that we've mentioned and the people that we haven't been able to mention that you know of, who have given so much of their time and their enthusiasm to the WEA. On a happier note, I have also been asked to express our thanks at conference to Betty Wolfenden. Betty has been for many, many years involved as the Vice Chair in Eastern Region. Sat on the Regional Committee, the Federation Committee, has been involved with the branches, has given 55 years of service to WEA. That is phenomenal. And she worked at the Harpenden branch and then the Federation. She has also been involved with SOC, the Standing Orders Committee. So she is going to be greatly missed in her role in WEA, but we hope that she has a very happy and relaxing retirement and many more years to add to her 93 years so far. So absolutely phenomenal, and we wish her well. And now I see on the screen that we are joined by our association treasurer, Cliff. So Cliff, if you would like to introduce yourself in your report. He's looking for the non-mute on the screen. The wonders of technology.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah? My computer audio is joined. Okay. I'll shall I turn off the live stream? Sorry. Okay. I have a delay of about 10 seconds on what I say before you hear it, so it's a bit strange. Anyway, good morning, conference. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I'm going to give you a few highlights of our financial position. You have a written report, and I'm going to share my screen on PowerPoint. So let's okay, so I've turned off my live stream because it's too disorienting. So I'm now just coming through on Zoom. If you can't hear me, I guess, Vicky, you'll tell me. This is a report in a strange way for a conference this time of the year, because usually we're not that far after the annual report and accounts from the previous year. But this time we've actually almost got an anticipation of an annual report and accounts. So I'm going to try and give you a picture of our financial position over the last 3 years, so you get a sense of where we are as an organisation. And I'm going to go on to the, I think, onto the main. Right, okay, that should give you full screen picture now. The financial performance over the last 3 years is in this schedule. I don't want you can see these figures in the written report, but I just wanted to pick out a couple of things to make sure it's clear. I'm not going to assume everyone understands all the financial technicalities, but I'm going to be clear. Unrestricted on that far left-hand column as you look at the screen is funding that we could basically get to do whatever we want to do for our charitable purpose. Restricted is funding we get for specific activities within that charitable purpose that we can't use for other things. So they are an important element, and I'm assuming many of you will know that difference, but some of you may not. Over the past period, we have seen a reduction in our unrestricted income. In 2018-19, it was 23 million, and it's now in the current year just ended around about 16 million. If you look at the overall surplus, you will see that we've managed to achieve a surplus of unrestricted funds each of the last 3 years, and I'll come back to that. But if you look further down to restricted, you will see that we've more than trebled our restricted funding income in 3 years, going from just 4 million up to about 13.5 million. The expenditure on unrestricted tends to even out over time, because if we get it for a specific purpose, we have to spend it for that purpose, and we can't retain it afterwards. So essentially, over a period of time, everything we get in restricted gets spent. So we shouldn't be expecting any surplus over a number of years. And you can see that if you add the deficits together with the surplus, it's not far out break even. Now, overall, as an association, we've increased our income over the last 3 years, which is great because we've had a pretty static income for many, many years. And we've gone up from 27.5 million to nearly 30 million income in the current year. So, and you can see that massive surplus right in that bottom right-hand corner, 2021, which I'm going to talk about. So hopefully that gives you a picture in figures. So just to highlight the key points, past 3 years, upward trend in income. During that time, surplus on unrestricted in 3 successive years. But restricted income is a growing proportion of our funds. And just a health warning, our 2021 results have not yet been audited and may change. And I will say, in any case, this is an exceptional year and is not expected to be repeated. I'll explain why in just a moment. So just look at that in a different way. If people like percentages rather than figures, we've moved from 85% unrestricted income to 54% unrestricted income, 15% restricted to 46%. So you might ask the question, why is that happening? And I think the presentation from John Widdowson has given you some indications. A couple of things about our education provision and COVID. The pandemic created huge uncertainty in our work, affecting how we function as an organisation, with the face-to-face courses coming to a halt. But because of our ability as an association to put in place opportunities for learners alongside level of flexibility from donors, the financial outcome has been positive in the short term. This unusual and very specific event accounts for what will be a significant surplus of unrestricted funding in the current year. But going forward, the balance of online and face-to-face learning remains an area of transition. We are returning in many areas to face-to-face learning, and in due course, that balance I expect to be reflected in the funding arrangements in the future. So it's a very special time, the current year, where because of our efforts to offer educational opportunities, donors have been very flexible about the issues of resourcing. So we are expecting that, as it were, a one-off year, never to be repeated year, I suspect, in my experience and your experience of the WEA. So we need to recognise that. So in conclusion, something about looking forward. Now, the issue of the movement from unrestricted to restricted funding is to do with the changes in governmental funding, as John Widdowson has alluded to. It's the movement away from our core central government funding through the ESFA to the mayoral authorities, to the OCAs. And this movement is a movement not just in terms of where funding comes from, but for what it can be used. The SFA enabled us to use countrywide in England for the education purposes we wished. It can no longer be used in that way. It cannot be used in mayoral authorities. The funding to mayoral authorities must be used in those mayoral authorities and for students in those mayoral authorities. So we have to think about, for the future, we have always had to think as the WA how we align our education provision with the basis on which we secure our funds. This is WEA, which is quite a long time, has always been the case, and we will still face that going forward. But we do face it with new funding arrangements and new structures for funding. So as our funding becomes more restricted in what we can use it for, so it will necessarily impact on what activities we undertake. That has financial as well as educational implications. If we want to undertake activities that go beyond, for example, those contained in MCA contracts, then we will need secure sources of funding that enable us to do that. And that is an area that we are very conscious of, and where we think as an association, we need to be very imaginative and engaged throughout the association on how do we raise new sources of funding to enable us to do the kinds of activities that we can no longer fund from our government funding, whether central or at a local level. But at the same time, we can't take that financial support from ESFA and MCAs for granted. We need to ensure we have the skills and internal resource to secure those contracts and to deliver them. So we have a twin track. We have to make sure that we are able to secure contracts in a far more different organisations than we had before, and deliver the education. But we also need to look at how do we secure funding to deliver the education we want to deliver as an association. So I hope that gives you a picture. If you have comments, put them in the chat or questions. I will do my best to answer them or get back to you after conference. Thank you.
I've ended the meeting because he was going to. He was going to take questions via chat or later.
Right, in that case. I also have to get used to the new technology. Right. I'm now going to call on Jill Aldridge, please, who is a member of the Standing Order Committee, to present the report of the Standing Order Committee on behalf of its chairman.
Thank you, Pat. Good morning, conference. The Standing Orders Committee report was included in your conference pack, so I will summarise the key points. Because of COVID, the committee has not been able to meet face-to-face, but has corresponded by email, post and phone. In addition, Frank Coles, our chair, has taken part in online meetings of the conference planning group. We received 3 motions from regions on key strategic and operational issues for the WEA. After consultation with the movers, minor changes were made so that the motions would conform to the required format for debate. All 3 motions appear on the final agenda. Following the procedure adopted in 2020, the motions were discussed in detail at the WA Council meeting in July. It is appropriate to note that Council includes representatives from all English regions and WA Scotland. All motions were referred to the trustees, and progress on these motions will now be reported to conference by the President, Pat Kinniston. I move acceptance of the Standing Orders Committee report.
Thanks very much.
Is conference in the room minded to accept that report? Thank you. The Standing Orders report is accepted. Right. As Jill has just alluded to, the motions on the pilot scheme did not come to conference, they went to council. Just to put a little background on that, it was felt that because every region is represented at council, including WA Scotland, then we were able to get a more representative view of what the membership felt. We are going to review this policy. It has worked in many ways in that we have been able to enact the motions more quickly than if we had waited for them to come to conference to be debated. And it's unlikely with these motions, but there is always a chance at conference that a motion will fall, not because it's a good not a good motion, but because there is technicality or there are certain elements of it that some members are uncomfortable with, and sometimes it's then remitted, sometimes it falls in a vote. One of the benefits of the system that we're using at the moment is that every motion is discussed and debated, and if there are concerns in it, then those are taken into account when future action is recommended. It's not a perfect system yet. We may decide to come with some form of hybrid, but certainly for the last 2 years, it has enabled us to enact a lot of the action earlier than we might have done. The 3 motions this year, interestingly, were all fairly similar in concept, and that is the title of our conference theme, the future of education, of adult education, and particularly the WEA's role in that. As you will have heard from the Chair of the Trustees and from our Treasurer, we are being inched inexorably towards a skills-based education in the funding area. And whilst there is a role for WEA there, a very significant and powerful role in that, because government at the moment is not taking account of below level 3, and we all know that many of our students do not have the ability to go straight in to level 3. We need to bring them through level 1, level 2. So we are not turning around and saying we don't have a role in that educational scheme. But what government at the moment is not looking at, and the funders are not looking at in the mayoral areas, is that other aspect of education that is not necessarily qualification-based, but is absolutely critical for self-worth, self-confidence, social interaction, and all the other things that WEA has held dear for many years. As an organisation, we have been around now for around 120 years. We aren't going away, and we aren't going to go away with our main theme and emphasis. What we have to do is be imaginative and work with and around the funding to ensure that we keep our community education alive, so that when the culture changes, as those of us who've been around quite a long while will know, usually does, it comes around in a cycle, we will be in a position to pick up and grow that educational base. And it is interesting that all 3 motions are looking at things in that area. Green branches, themed branches, how we maintain the community, what we do about our branches. It's all in various ways in these 3 motions. And I'm delighted to say that Council has referred these, we have debated them, and we have referred them through with recommendations to the trustees. So you can be assured that those motions will go forward with hopefully your approval, and certainly with a recommendation of Council. So again, I commend the motions to Council. Yes, Keith.
President Conference, can I just say a few words about motion 1?
You can.
If you don't mind.
Of course.
Keith Hodgson from the North East region, and this is one of our motions. And I just want to highlight a few things that I think are very important from this motion. One, and I'm very glad that the trustees have accepted it and are supporting it, and I think we welcome that. I think this last couple of years of the pandemic have done a lot of damage to branches, and we've seen a decline in branches because of the lack of ability to meet face to face. We've seen that in our region, and I would also include local associations in Scotland. And I think it's really important that this coming year that we revive branches and we reinvigorate it, and that was the point of this motion. And there are a couple of things which are really worth highlighting. One was that I think there's been an excellent bit of work done on branch finance by a number of volunteers within the organisation, which is exceptional. And I think it needs to be circulated widely because there's some very important points of improvement there. I think the second thing is the Branch Innovation Fund has been great, and I think that's really helped a number of branches to kick-start things. And then the final point is point 5 on registration to courses. I mean, I know because of what people have told me that it's been very clunky. People find registering for courses online very, very difficult, and we really have to make this a priority. We're losing hundreds, if not thousands, of applicants because it's so clunky. So I'm very glad that the trustees have taken this on, but I think it really needs to be speeded up if possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. Right. Obviously, John is not here to speak on behalf of the trustees, but as a trustee member as well as the chair of council, I can assure Keith and conference that we are equally keen to see these measures go forward. We are keen to see our branches revitalised, possibly not entirely in the format that we traditionally are used to. There is a generation coming through that is not quite so committee-based and committee-minded as we have all been. And we have to find a way of engaging those new people in a way that doesn't necessarily put them in the same format that we are used to, which doesn't mean that we don't value our existing branches, we do. But we have to look, as everybody's been saying, to the future. And the future is going to be slightly different to what we have known. And that's not a bad thing. We have changed things in our own way over time, and the next generation will change things their way. And the main thing is to make sure that the change ensures an active, vibrant future for WEA, and that's where we're working. In terms of registration, we have all kicked against registration. The staff, volunteers, even in sometimes the funders. But we do have to find a way of making it more approachable whilst still remembering that we have to account for how the money that we get, even the unrestricted money, is spent. Having the freedom to spend it still has parameters. So it is a matter of working within those parameters to ensure that we can minimise what people have to register with to give us the information. And I'm sure Simon may talk about it later on, but we are looking at the systems, whether our systems are fit for function. And if we can get our systems more geared to coping with the figures that we need, then it may well be we don't have to have quite the information that at the moment the registration forms are requiring. So it is in hand. Referring to Keith's point about the financial review, that has been a massive, absolutely massive piece of work. And the paperwork produced from it is enormous. So again, what the group are looking at now is taking that massive information and refining it into a format that we would be in a position to send out and that would be acceptable to read. At the moment, sitting on my computer is a 140-page statistical document that I'm gearing myself up to reading after conference. So there is a mass of stats and information that really needs to be refined into something that is intelligible. And I'm not suggesting we are not intelligent, but intelligent and intelligible is not always quite the same thing. So it has to be turned into something that does make it easy for us to interpret the data, and they are working on that. And again, just picking that point up, if we had had to wait for these motions to come to conference, then we would only just be starting on them, whereas work has been done on them over the past 4 months, and we are a lot further ahead than we would have been. So there are pluses in that, but I do recognise as well that we have to look at the debate side and get that right within the motion scheme as well. So it is a work in progress, and how we go forward is something for us to discuss both at council and at trustees. Do we have any more questions? Yes. Okay.
I'm First City Manager also from the North East Regional Committee, and I'm speaking about motion 2, which is about devolution. And I'd like to thank the committee, the trustees and the council for considering the motion. We wrote the motion partly to enable a discussion amongst conference delegates about shared experience of devolution, to share good practice and highlight a few learning points for those areas moving into devolved government. That, to me, is one of the purposes of a motion at an annual conference, shaping policy through involvement of members and an agreed consensus. But that's not the way that the motions are at WEA conferences, and I appreciate that this is going to be reviewed. I mean, I speak as a conference delegate of many years, and there are pros and cons of conferences, but I really do think that members' involvement in shaping our policies is important. We welcome the progress outlined, but I do believe there are some key elements of the motion that are not addressed. The WEA national structures and communication are mentioned, and we welcome that, but nothing about maximising influence and engagement at regional level, which is where the networks, both formal and informal, exist and where our competitors exist. This means greater capacity at regional officer and committee level. In a region we have that, it's not the capacity there used to be, and we talk to regional officers and committees to engage at regional and local forums with other providers and the voluntary sector. So we don't have that capacity at regional level, and more is devolved, and yet more and more is centralised. It does seem to be that that's maybe not entirely the way to go, and we'd like committee and trustees to look at that. As an example, our local North of Tyne Authority has recently allocated £500,000 to a union learning fund to develop a union learning fund, working with trade unions across the region, develop union learning reps and skills, and there is a huge capacity for us to be involved. And in fact, it follows on from a successful project the WEA was involved on called Bridges to Learning, which was a partnership between WEA, Unison and the Open University. And we have been closely involved in that. I've been on the regional committee of that. Such projects develop from regional networks and thrive through an ongoing involvement at grassroots and regional level. And WEA needs to be at the table at all stages to maximise and build its contribution. You talk about level 1 and 2 skills, and obviously we know that the movement is to level 3 skills and beyond, but what was so good about the previous project and WEA was that we were able to influence that. And we talk about access to learning and engagement in skills at that level. And I don't know exactly what that £500,000 will be spent on, but I do know there's a huge possibility that WEA can influence that. But we need to be at the table. So we would like to say there's a means to engage with everyone, that you would review the resources at regional level, not just the capacity at strategic and national level, but at regional level, so we can fully engage and involve. And also shared experiences. We know there's a lot of devolved authorities, and we again, I know it happens at council, I'm sure there's a lot of discussion at council, but actually we can share good practice amongst regions as some of the time. Every region is different, every devolved local authority is different, I know that, but there must be some common practice and we can share that. But please look at the capacity at regional level so we can fully engage with our devolved authorities. Thank you.
That's quite a complex statement to handle at this particular point. One comment I would make is that I think communication. How often do you hear it? And how often have we tried to find ways of doing it and not always successfully? There is a phenomenal amount of work going on in our teams that write the bids for these regions and get involved in them. And I fully accept that maybe in this new scheme we haven't involved the local regional knowledge quite as well as we might have done. And again, that's a steep learning curve. So I take the point, I hear the comments, I will take them back to both council and trustees, and we will look at where we might be able to include that interaction rather more than we have. Okay, can I just pick at this gentleman here? You had your hand up.
No, the listeners made the comment.
That's absolutely fine.
Can I use a mic?
Yes, you can.
I mean, I can't hear myself, so... yeah, no, I don't know whether it's the right forum to even bring this up. I come here, it's a day out really. I'm from down south in London. And my first acquaintance with the WEA was at the beginning of lockdown, recommended by somebody at Richmond-on-Thames Community College, where I attend lots of art classes and creative writing, stuff like that. And they said, have you tried the WEA? And I said, oh, what are they? Well, you know, there's this sort of old-fashioned organisation that has branches, but they're doing loads and loads of stuff online. Now, I've just counted up roughly, and I'm probably not, this is probably not accurate, I have done since around April 2020 about 15 courses, none of which are anywhere near me. So this focus on branch, for me, is a total irrelevance. Without the online delivery and offering, I would not be spending all my money with WEA, which obviously, as I understand, is greatly subsidised and all the more fantastic for it. I have had the most fantastic time doing loads of stuff on Zoom. I've enjoyed it immensely and a huge range of subjects. Without the online offering, I would not be here. I would not be interested. There was nothing that I could have done with the WEA. Of course, I'm in London, so there were loads of branches, but they're all closed. And anyway, I didn't know about them. Which brings me to something I'd like to be raised, if this is the right place to do it, and it may not be, the website and Canvas. Woefully lacking in an ability to use it in an intelligent way, so you cannot search on a subject or a lecturer. So you have somebody that you absolutely love doing work with, like, say, Simon Thompson or Robert Louis Abrahamson, fantastic people. You try looking up their courses by name, you cannot do it. You have to trawl through every single course. You can narrow it down possibly by literature, possibly by history and archaeology or something like that, and you might just find the course, or you might find you've just missed it. So you've got to be terribly, terribly determined. And, you know, I'm really IT literate. I worked in IT before I took redundancy, so I'm pretty bloody determined given an impossible website. But I really think the future has got to be online. You can't just say, branch, 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 let's forget about online. I wouldn't be here but for the fact that I've had a brilliant year and a half of online courses. And if it goes back to branch, I'll be obviously, of course, living where I live in London, in South West London. There are a great deal of very good courses running, but I'm limited to where I fancy driving in the car and how far I want to drive. Yeah, I mean, I can drive, so I could drive to North London, where I was doing watercolour and my art course, but I wouldn't have wanted to drive all the way to Enfield from Hounslow, where I live. So it's this thing, for me, I'm an upstart. I've come up here from, all the way down south to say what I think about it, and it's been utterly brilliant for me, but focusing on branches is just, doesn't do it for me. I tell everybody that I meet, loads of people of my sort of age, just retired, try the WEA. You will be surprised at how much stuff is on that online. And most people I know are perfectly happy with Zoom. And the other thing is, it might just be head and shoulders that you're seeing, but you do make friends and you meet very, very interesting people. So yes, we're not pressing the flesh and breathing over each other, which of course we didn't want to because we were old anyway. But we're making a fantastic communities, and those people who pick up courses stay for the first term, the second term, they're doing the whole of Dante, the whole of Emily Dickinson, all those things, and you think,
I am
maybe
going
I
to
will
stop you, but
now, but I'm
you are
trying
an absolute advocate. Yeah. I think, colleagues, we have just heard the perfect advocate for a joint system. And that is what we are looking at. We are looking at where it's appropriate to be online, where it's appropriate to maintain the branches that we have. We are a broad church. WEA can embrace all types of education. And as long as we have people who will travel the distance to tell us how great we are online, we know we are on track. I apologise for the system. I did say a little earlier, we are looking at how we upgrade our systems. They are now quite old and based on a slightly different concept. But as an IT person, you will also know that trying to take what you have and turn it into something different without losing the essential element is not a tomorrow job. So we are...
No, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's not even the money. Yes, of course it's the money, let's be practical. But it's also, we must have the continuity. So maintaining that continuity crossover, and I'm not an IT person, but I've sat and listened in. So it is that balance between moving to the new system, maintaining our connection, but getting exactly the kind of facility that you would like. So we are getting there slowly. Can I bring you in? I'm going to take 3 more questions, and then I'm going to say, I don't know if we've got any online, have we?
No questions.
No, that's
Lots
fine.
of positivity you may wish to share.
Okay, that's
Comments
fine.
if you want to read them.
Right, I'll take these 3 questions, and then I'll finish with the comments online.
I too come from the south. Oh, am I?
Ask you to keep it a little bit brief.
I've been involved with the WA since the early 90s, in the traditional way, but I got involved in a scheme back then, exactly as we are now, that the membership was falling off. It was looked at, and what we did, we created a programme which was called the Passion for Learning to revitalise membership and the branches. I think we're at the same kind of place. I actually am so grateful to everybody in National, because they've met this challenge of lockdown, and we've grown. So to me, I'm so optimistic, but I do believe there's a place for the branch and for the online, but it's just working out a way in which to take it forward.
Mark, could you pass the mic to the lady in the dark purple, and then I'll pick up yourself.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you for speaking up, because I was in the same position as you. I live in Calder Valley. My mum's in Leeds and I'm a carer. So I don't often get out to do branch courses. So I think, yeah, like everybody said, it's about having a bit of both. For ones that are already established, developing them, but also encouraging Zoom as well, wherever possible. And there have been a couple of courses I've wanted to do, but they were only at branch level, and I'd wondered whether we could make them make more courses at branch level, Zoom courses, if that was possible. The other thing I want to say, I did have a bit of a discussion with this gentleman here. I just think we need to be respectful of everybody's views, and I'm very concerned that on that occasion didn't happen. So I'm sure he'll have a response, but I just think it should be respectful and everybody's views should be able to be heard. And thank you very much.
Did you?
I'm always respectful, but I don't like to hear someone rubbishing branch life.
No,
Being branch members since I've been branch members since the late 60s.
Yeah. Did you want to speak?
No, it's just, I don't think that this man was saying she's talking rubbish, and I think she was talking a lot of sense, because there are a lot of people who during that last period, there were a lot of very isolated people who for the first time discovered these courses, and there are a lot of people with disability who can't normally go out and get to a branch, or people who do not drive. But one problem I did find is this postcode thing. Sometimes I was looking for a course I knew existed because I'd already done it with a tutor, say in Yorkshire, but then when I tried to access it from the number I was given, it says access denied because it's going based on my postcode. And I think we need to open up this postcode, try and get rid of that. Say perhaps to have 2 things, a Zoom one, local branches, so you divide them up. So that some are also Zoom, because you're trying to trowel through lots and lots to find out what is on Zoom and what isn't. Now, I've travelled up to 50 miles to do a course before, but obviously it's not possible for for everybody to do that and go to another branch, because my local branch, I don't know if it closed in Caterham or they stopped doing a particular course I wanted to do. So I think there are people who will be prepared if they've got a car and can travel, but we've also got to be very aware of those people who are just not able to travel at all because they do have a disability or lack transport. And I think the whole point about the Workers' Education Association, in a modern world, it should be available for all, and also to start advertising perhaps amongst at universities, for those people leaving university who might think, I want to carry on doing some studying, but I haven't got time or the money, I've got to get out to work, because I think that the younger end, I've noticed, is lacking. I've always known about it since I was a child, because my mum did a course when I was a child. I've met loads of people who just don't know about the WEA, which I find quite surprising, because there's normally leaflets in every library, but at the same time, a lot of people don't go to
We've been known as the greatest hidden educator in the country.
Yes, but I've always known about it, so I've always been surprised when people say, well, I don't know about the WEA, and I thought, well, how can you not know about one of the oldest educators?
Can I just respond very quickly? Mark, I don't think there is any intention to rubbish branches. The branches have been a rock for us over many, many years. But I think, as I said a little earlier, we have to accept that format may not be quite so acceptable in the future, and we have to have an alternative while valuing what we have in the existing, like the computer system. We have to look and change, but we can't lose what we have. And I think we do have to recognise, and if you have taken that as rubbishing, I think it's an unintentional comment, because certainly council and trustee level, we will fight tooth and nail to keep our branches. They may change in format, but we will fight absolutely tooth and nail. Now, just before we break, you'll have noticed I have a mentor and minder sitting beside me. This is Ros, who has supported us phenomenally through the progress of getting to this point. And she has some comments on chat, no questions. And I think it is worth sharing those comments with the room and with other people on chat.
Yeah. Okay, so I have from Jenny McKentry, who, when hearing the conversation about the online provision, she said, I would agree with the current speaker about the WEA online. Marvellous range of courses online. Most courses I've done are far away from where I live. So that obviously worked for her. And then there's lots of people agreeing. Jenny McKentry, I think, concurs with your feeling that online also allows disabled people and carers to join. We also have from Louise Freeman says, from my experience, I helped to run another lifelong learning organisation. Online can be both enabling and excluding depending on people's ability or wish to access virtually. So it's an interesting comment. Maggie Parsons says, I too love online courses as they've allowed me to access to anywhere in the country and courses I would not get locally. It was a lifesaver during lockdowns.
Lovely, thank you. Well, as always, colleagues, there's never quite enough time for discussion and debate, but we have reached the point now we have our guest speaker. What I'm going to do, in actual fact, is I'm just going to take, with your permission, 5 minutes. We may have people outside waiting to join us for this element of conference. People might just want to take a breath of fresh air. So if you just want to stretch your legs for 5 minutes and come back, and then we will introduce our first speaker. And we will run just 5 minutes into the break and networking time. Thank you very much for your attention at the business element of conference. Delighted to welcome Professor Rebecca Ferguson. As you can see, Professor of Learning Futures, the OU. I'm going to let her introduce the rest of it herself. Thank you very much for joining us. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. We haven't had time to check the mics, but it sounds as if the mic is working. So thank you very much for inviting me here today. I've only got half an hour to talk about the whole future of learning and teaching, which isn't very much. So what I'm going to do is take you on a whistle-stop tour, pointing you in different directions. Some of them you might want to follow up on. Some of them you might think, no, that's completely not relevant to me. I'll ignore that. So I come from the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University. As you probably know, because WEA does work with the OU, it's a distance learning institution. We've been going for a bit more than 50 years now. At the moment, we've got about 175,000 students, so we're the biggest university in the country, one of the biggest in Europe. And in our department, one of the things we look at is new ways of going about teaching and learning that are coming up around the world, and we think about, are these sensible, are these useful, will these work for our educators, will these work for our learners, how might we bring them into the Open University? And more recently, we've widened that work out into producing a series of reports. So every year we produce an innovating pedagogy report, which shares 10 ways of teaching and learning that are either new or they're an old way of teaching and learning, but we think there's some new aspect of it which we might want to bring to people's attention. So when we started doing the innovating pedagogy reports, there were other reports out there, but they tended to focus on technologies. They tended to say, oh, there's this exciting new interactive whiteboard, tablet computer, augmented reality. But not thinking, well, actually, is that useful for education? How is it useful for education? So we're coming at it from the teaching and learning perspective. Some of it's to do with technology, and some of it isn't. So you might say, why look for the next big ideas? Because, you know, we've been teaching for years, we've been teaching for decades. We know what works for our learners. We know what's worked in the past. So a few of the reasons that we look forward. One of them is we are preparing for a future which we know is changing. People are always banding around statistics they've made up about how many new sorts of jobs there are going to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Truth is, we don't know, but we do know that things are changing. Jobs are changing, society is changing, and so education is shifting alongside that. We also know that there are things which influence the changes in education. One of the things is certainly new technologies. So, for example, Alexa and Siri, the virtual assistants. We know that some of our school students go home and just read their questions to a virtual assistant, and then they get an answer back. Now, one of the ways of dealing with that is to say, well, you can't use a virtual assistant. And another way is to say, okay, how can we use that to help into our teaching? Because we know that they're using these things in our everyday lives. We know there are new approaches to teaching and accreditation going on. So in 2012, massive open online courses sort of exploded into the world. We've now got millions of people around the world learning on these free open courses. And then out of those courses have come micro-credentials, which are a sort of newer thing, which we're seeing more of now. And of course, perhaps the biggest influence that we've had recently on education has been the COVID pandemic, which has forced so many people to go rush online without having had time to prepare. And I'd say another reason for looking at the future is so that we can look at it critically, so that we don't just see the latest shiny thing which is being sold to us in the media, but we take time to think about it and what it can offer us. So, an academic program designed by Facebook, hologram teachers, facial recognition systems in the classroom. You know, some people are touting these as the new big thing in education, but if we are looking ahead, we've got time to say, well, we can see one or two advantages here, but we can also see the disadvantages that need to be addressed. So in talking through the Innovating Pedagogy reports, as I said, we've been doing them for a decade. We have 10 pedagogies in each, which is, 100, I think we're coming up to 110 now. I'm not going to be able to tell you about all those. So I'm going to give you a sort of overview of some of the ones and what they relate to, and then I'll give you a little bit more detail on 4 of them. And I'm going to relate them to some of the reasons that people have for learning and teaching. Now, we heard earlier that there's an ever-growing focus on the skills-based curriculum. That's one of the things the government is quite interested in. Yesterday, we heard that come up at Tory party conference this week. A lot of push there, from learner to earner. And of course, we know at the Open University, the WEA, that a lot of our learners are earners, have been earners, have stopped being earners, have retired, some of them. So it's not all about that, but some of it's about that. So some of the pedagogies we've looked at there are the approach to learning design, to build employability and 21st century skills into the curriculum. One of the things we've looked at is learning analytics, the use of data about how our students are doing things online to give them support to move towards the skills and competences that they want to develop. Digital badges is a useful way of helping students to represent to employers the skills that they've developed on courses which aren't necessarily accredited, short courses, informal courses, but courses that their employers might want to know about. I mentioned the massive open online courses, the MOOCs. A lot of those are aligned with professional learning these days. And there's also action learning, which is about finding solutions in your workplace. But of course, that's only one thing education is for. One of the things education is for is about taking our place in society. And I think that's one of the things that the WEA is interested in, is about how do we prepare people to be living together in society. So a couple of the pedagogies we've looked at there are around learning for the future, about developing students not only as citizens, but as contributors and innovators, and sort of having a focus on how they can contribute, how you go about innovation. It's not necessarily something we've taught very much in the past. And then roots of empathy, which is actually a practice that you can start with primary school or even nursery school children, about thinking about other people's views, about teaching people to respect and empathise with others. But apart from society, which we tend to think of in a sort of national term, education can also help us to build communities. And those communities can be local communities, like our local branches, but they can be international communities, like, for example, religious groupings. The picture I've got up here is somebody saying, I'm an educator because I choose to invest in the future of blackness. It's what sort of community you identify and what sort of skills you want to give to people within that community so that they're functioning members of that community and able to contribute. So one of the approaches we looked at is decolonising learning, which is something which has come from South Africa and it's really beginning to influence curricula around the world. Event-based learning. An event like this, which brings people together, which sort of fixes in your mind, yes, I was at that WEA conference in Leeds, and at that conference I learnt this thing, and I learnt it with these people. And maker culture, which is focused not so much on learning facts and figures, but on learning to do things, on carpentry, on knitting, on origami, on watercolour painting, all those sorts of things that you might want to learn about, and different ways of doing that. The idea of a healthy mind and a healthy body, we see that dating back to classical times. I'm sure it dates back even further. We're learning for ourselves as individuals, not necessarily as workers, not necessarily as community members, just because that makes us feel good. So incidental learning, things that happen in your life that you can take as sparks that move you forward towards learning. And also self-regulated learning. One of the things we see at the Open University, because a lot of our learners come to us with no qualifications at all, is that one of the reasons that they weren't very successful at school is they haven't got skills in learning to learn. They don't know how to set themselves achievable educational goals. They don't know how to schedule their work so that they can fit it all in and get their assignments in on time and be able to do all the activities. They don't know how to note take in ways which will help them to learn. And they don't know how to reflect in a structured way on the learning process. And these are all skills that we can teach them and that can really help people to move on as learners. And I think I'd say a final way that I'm going to pick out about what we do education for is how we are in the world questioning, learning people, not just healthy people, but people who really want to learn and have an interest in that and have been encouraged to do that. One of the ways that people have done that in classrooms is through open textbooks. So taking a textbook and students and educators working on it together, saying these bits aren't relevant to us, these bits are really relevant. Let's add in some discussion we had and some experience that we've got because so many learners are bringing experiences which are relevant. Epistemic education I'll talk about in a little while. Intergroup empathy is about talking across boundaries, about talking to groups that we wouldn't normally talk to. Sometimes when we look on analyses of social media, we see that there's great clumps of people who talk to each other, but not to another great clump of people. We're seeing society polarized. So intergroup empathy provides ways of talking across those things. And big data inquiry looks at the ways that data is used to shape how we are in the world these days and to empower our learners to make use of data for their own purposes, to understand the world around them and to work with others to perhaps change that world. So when looking to the future, how do we do it? How do we come up with the future of teaching and learning? Well, one of the ways we do it is through coming up with provocations about how learning might be in 10 years' time. So I've got one here, provocation 1, learners will be monitored by their learning environments. Or another one, provocation 2, learners' personal data are tracked. That's a picture of my son, about 12 years ago. He is controlling that floating ball with the gadget on his head by his brainwaves, right? There's data there being collected about what's going on in his head, right? What do we want done with that data? How do we feel about that? So something about discussing provocations. Do we think that that future is going to happen? Do we think we want that future to happen? If we want that future to happen, what do we do to make it happen? And if we think that's not a good future, what do we do to stop it? That's one of the great things about thinking about the future, is that by thinking about it, we can shape it. We have expert workshops to talk about the future. So we talk to learners, we talk to educators, we talk to educational leaders, to policymakers, to groups and organisations who are involved in teaching and learning, to unions, about how they see things panning out and where they see the gaps and where they see things going wrong and how we can make a future we like. In terms of the Innovating Pedagogy reports, we bring together all the people in our department who are looking around the world at the new things on the horizon. We then discuss and sort of bring those down to 10 each year that we're going to look at in a bit more detail. And we write them up for people who are not academics, who aren't sitting there all the time looking at the very long words and poring over the methodology, but who really want to know, well, what does this mean for me? What can I do with it? And then some pointers at the end to, well, if you want to know what this is based on, here's where you could take a look. And I'd stress again that these aren't technologies, these are approaches to teaching and learning, which may or may not involve technology. Some of them, they're very technology involved, things like teaching with robots, but a lot of them, you don't even need technology. You can do it with a group of people, you can do it with pencil and paper. And we try to get a spread, so there's some that work at primary, secondary, university, lifelong learning, adult education, informal learning, so that you'd go to any report and you'd think, well, actually, some of these, they wouldn't work in my context. But I'd always hope there's one or two that you'd look at and think, oh, yeah, I could do something with that. So I'll go into a bit more depth in 4 of them. First one is computational thinking. Now, that sounds very techy, but in fact, it's a way of thinking which has come out of computer programming and can be applied in any context, because it's about taking a problem and it's about a process of breaking that problem down into elements so that people can solve it individually or as a group. So that might be we are writing a computer program, let's do it, but it might be something like, how are we going to design a 30th birthday party? You know, that's a problem. And they can all be broken down in roughly the same way, into these stages which I've highlighted in pink here. The first one is decomposition. You break the larger problem down into smaller ones. Okay, we're organising a birthday party. Where are we going to hold it? Who's going to get the cake? How are we going to cater for the vegans? Pattern recognition. You recognise how these smaller problems relate to ones that have been solved in the past. Okay, well, Kim over there organised an event last year. Perhaps she could find a venue for us. Abstraction. We identify and set aside unimportant details. So somebody started going on about, oh, I think we ought to have silver balloons rather than pink ones. Let's just set them to one side. Algorithm design. We come up with a plan, essentially. What are the steps to reach a solution? Who's going to do what and when are they going to do it? Then we debug, we refine those steps. Okay, John said he was going to get the vegan cakes, but John's ill. What's going to happen? How are we going to replace that? And then we present a solution, in which case it would be a 30th birthday party. But you can do that in any subject area, whatever you're teaching, this should work for you. And people who've really gone into this, the people working on the Scratch programming language, have done this, a lot of research on this with children, and they've found all these things they can do. Afterwards, they can iterate, they can test, debug, reuse, remix. They found it very useful. So earlier, I mentioned in passing epistemic education, which sounds quite a mouthful. Epistemic is to do with the nature of knowledge, and it's to do essentially with how we know that things are true. How do we judge those things? And that's something which has really come to the fore as social media has grown. It's become more and more important because there's so much fake news out there, there's so much disinformation, there's so much misinformation. And we find that a lot of people in society don't have ways of judging between those things. They don't have the epistemic aims and values which sort of drive them to seek the truth. You know, they're happier to go, well, my friend thinks this, so I think it. They don't have epistemic ideals. They don't have ways of sort of checking, well, am I finding out the truth? And what they really don't have is reliable epistemic processes which allow them to do that sort of fact-checking and moving towards the truth. So I was talking to a researcher the other day who's been working with final year undergraduate students and postgraduate students. So you'd think, you know, among the most savvy in our society about being able to do these things. And she found that actually their epistemic processes were often quite ropey. They'd say, well, if it's got statistics in it, I'd believe that. No. They'd say, if it comes from a certain source, I would believe that. They'd say, if my mum told me it was true, I'd believe that. Right, and these are all processes, these are legitimate processes, but if they're the only processes that people are using, things begin to go wrong. And so these are things that we can work with students and all our learners to build at any level. So it's not just something that we ought to be thinking about at schools, it's something we ought to be thinking about all the time. Exposing learners to the diversity of knowledge. You know, quite often when people go to a class, they're told a series of facts. They're given one textbook, one approach to knowledge. It's like, well, you should believe this because your teacher has told it to you, or because it is in this book. Well, you could give them differing accounts and discuss, you know, where did those accounts come from? Why do they differ? Why would we believe more than one? Helping them to develop ways of telling what might be true, helping them to develop the strategies for finding the truth in there, to reflect on their assumptions, and motivating them to care. I think that's one of the important things, because there is so much information out there that people tend to give up and rely on some sort of very quick way of doing it, but not having the stronger processes in place. A third pedagogy is the idea of a threshold concept. A threshold concept, this is work which has mostly come out of sciences, but it does occur across all sorts of disciplines. A threshold concept is something really which gets in the way of learners learning. And you know, sometimes you come out of the classroom and you go, I just don't know why they didn't grasp that. And sometimes they didn't grasp it because there was a threshold concept which is sort of getting in their way. So the example I give is about inertia, which you learn about in physics, and you indeed may have memorized that an object in motion will continue in motion unless an external force acts on it. You might even be able to regurgitate that in an exam. But being able to do that, and then if I roll a ball across the room, you might say, why has it stopped? You might say, well, it's run out of energy. That is not the case, but it's because you can't put the concept together with real life. So threshold concepts is spotting where people are struggling with an idea, where they might be able to repeat the idea, but they don't really understand it. And one of the processes for identifying these threshold concepts, or perhaps just tricky topics, is to come together as educators in your subject area, to sort of brainstorm what's happening in your classroom, where people are meeting problems, perhaps to do some mind maps so you can see the connections between them, to come all together and discuss them, to identify the stumbling blocks and the problems that the students are having. Perhaps then to develop a quiz to check if you're right. Are those the things your students really are struggling with? Then to come up with an intervention which leads to in-class activities. And then to go back and check, you know, did that make your learners more successful? And if it didn't, what's gone wrong? Have you not quite identified the problem, or have you not quite got the intervention right? So this is quite a powerful thing which has been done in a lot of schools. And just having the discussions around where learners are running into problems can really help you to sort of shift things in your teaching. And the final one I'm going to talk about is making thinking visible. We often think we know what our students are thinking. We often think we know why they're going wrong and what they're finding interesting and what they're finding boring. And sometimes we base that on how we feel as learners ourselves, and sometimes we base it on a limited number of conversations. But making thinking visible is about keep coming back to what is it that our students are thinking. Now, in this case, I've listed some of the technological solutions you might use. But a simple thing you can do is you can pose your learners a problem, and if they've got a notebook and pencil, they can just hold it up for you. So, for example, if I said to you all, you know, what is the answer to 2 plus 2? You could all write down what you think is the answer. You could hold it up, and I could check, or does everybody in this room know how to add 2 plus 2? I assume you can. But it would be a way of you showing me your thinking without having to show everybody else in the room and be nervous that you might be wrong. Post-it notes, another way of doing it. Of just asking people, you know, what are your ideas about this? What did you think? And one of the ways of approaching this is referred to as just-in-time teaching. It's really teaching around what it is that your learners need to know. So setting them an activity before class, telling them why you're setting them this activity. You know, I need to know what it is you know, what you don't know, where the gaps in your knowledge are. You set some questions or tasks which investigate that, have a deadline for responses, look at those responses, and then you teach to what it is that they don't know. You teach to where the problems are, rather than teaching to, well, I always teach this subject in this way to whatever group I've got in front of me. It's a much more personalised way of going about it. On the horizon, I'll just talk very, very briefly about some of the ones in this year's report, because some of them got pulled out in the description of my talk. They're not ones I've focused on because I thought they weren't necessarily the most relevant for you. But one of the ones we talked about this year was enriched realities, about how you can extend learning with augmented and virtual realities. That's something which is really happening in quite technical education at the moment. For example, people learning to build aeroplanes, they might have augmented reality displays when they're doing a new task. Chatbots, an educational dialogue on a subject which keeps coming up and which you want learners to check that they've understood. We're using chatbots at the Open University with some of our disabled students just to help them to access the help that they can get at the university, because we realised that filling in paper forms was really, really difficult for some of them, and the chatbots made things easier. Hip-hop based education, that's to do with making your learning and teaching culturally relevant to the group in your classroom, to aligning it with what they know about, what they're interested in. And gratitude is thinking about the attitudes that people have to their learning and teaching, and the people who are supporting them in that, and getting them to think about those people. So it's been a whistle-stop tour. I would encourage you, if you found any of those interesting, down the bottom there is the link to all the reports. You can download all of them for free. I think they're a fairly straightforward read. If you find them too long, we've got some one-page sheets on things that you can apply and try out. Because it's such a short slot, you're not really going to get time to ask me questions. That's not because I'm avoiding questions. But if you want to get in touch with me, there's my Twitter handle, there's my blog, it's got my email on, and so I welcome any of you getting in touch with me and asking me whatever you'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for an absolutely amazing whistle-stop. I think a lot of us will recognise quite a lot of those elements that are very, very relevant to WEA. And I think we'll maybe see some in there that we thought, okay, will that fit with us? Let's find out. So I think it's encouraged us to go on a learning journey, both independently and together as an organisation. And I think anybody who leaves us with more questions than things we already knew has to be applauded, as we did. So thank you again. Okay, right. Now then, your agenda now says break time and networking opportunity. It might not be instantly apparent that this is a merged item. So what we're saying basically is you have an opportunity to get a coffee, a drink, and chat with people, facilitated if you would like it to be, but informally. So we're going to split informally again into two groups. You may wander between the two groups. That's absolutely fine. But if the focus is going to be basically on the item A, which is how could the technology shared in the plenary benefit us, which is literally just a discussion that we're talking about on what we've just heard, and those people are going to stay in the foyer. And there is network session B, which is how to go from an idea to successful fundraising, which is going to be facilitated by Louisa McClellan and supported by our former president, Lynn Smith. So I leave you to work it out for yourselves. Tea and coffee, 2 people in here, 2 people in the foyer. It's an exchange of ideas, what we used to call, in my day, mingling. So enjoy mingling and then head to your sessions.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody in the hall, and good afternoon, everybody that's still joining us virtually. And we've got that dilemma now, for those that are physically in the hall, some of them are still making their way back from lunch, whereas the people online are obviously, they're diligently back on time. So we're not having lunch probably. So we will, there'll be other people joining us in the hall, but we'll make a start because we want to try and keep to time. So this is a panel session, as you can tell, and I'll introduce the panel. So on my far right, we've got Ray McCowan. Ray's our Director of Education at the WEA for Scotland. Ray's had a long career in the education sector in Scotland and also has close links to the Scottish Government, sitting as an advisor on a number of Scottish Government panels. Ray's also the elite sportsman in our team. So, there's golf, rowing, he's a runner. Most recently, I think it's Peloton. Yep. Now, is it Ray? So, he's our fitness fanatic, and he's really trying to make sure that Dymphna joins him on that fitness journey as well. So that's Ray's role for us in the team. We're delighted to also be welcomed to welcome Gordon Marsden. Gordon was a Labour MP for Blackpool South for over 2 decades. Before entering politics, was also a tutor at the Open University. So lifelong learning, adult education at the core of Gordon's life, really. Served as Shadow Minister twice, I think, in 2 different Labour administrations with the FE brief and longer titles that changed a little bit, but that FE brief.
I grabbed the HE one as well.
Excellent, excellent. And most recently, Gordon's the founder member of Right to Learn. And the Right to Learn campaign takes its inspiration from the 2019 Labour Lifelong Learning Commission. And it calls for everybody to have a statutory right to learn, whatever their age or background. It aims to show how important properly funded lifelong learning is to the life chances of millions. And I think we'd all welcome that. So I'm going to ask Gordon if he'll make a couple of opening remarks for us, and then we're going to have this as a question session. We've prepared some questions for Ray and Gordon, and hopefully we'll have a good conversation.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Simon. And can I say, it's a cliche from visiting speakers to say I'm delighted to be here, but I am particularly delighted to be here because without casting nasturtiums on my age, it is 43 years since I was a WEA tutor.
Excellent, thank you.
I was a child prodigy. And I just literally left university to do a post-grad thing at the Warburg Institute about medieval iconography. But I was then persuaded to, I think it was Epsom and Newell, WEA, to give them a series of lectures and discussions about British history and politics. I think it was 1850 to 1959. Those days history was never contemporary. Sorry? Is that better? Right, okay. I'm still getting a bit of resonance feedback.
Yeah, have we got the sound guys working on it? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to have that sort of mic or?
How are we doing, tech guys? Are we okay? Try again.
Right. I'll battle against the celestial noises. Yes. So it's quite right of Simon to be. Do you think I'd be better with holding that? I think we do.
Should we use the hand mic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always used to say it was death by power. Get rid of this. Can I get rid of this?
I'll take that.
Is that better? Thank God for that. Yes, so Simon has perfectly reasonably talked about everything that I've done in Parliament. I was also, probably having too many jobs, I was also editor of History Today for 12 years, and as a historian, I find myself, and we've just been talking about this,
very concerned indeed about the death of history and the periods of forgetting that now inhabit both our social media but also our politics. What I would say is that the case for lifelong learning has always been there. And I have been saying, basically for about a decade, wearing various hats, that the worlds of HE, FE, skills, and digital are all morphing into each other. And we need to have a strategy for lifelong learning across all ages and all the situations. Not simply to compete with our overseas competitors in North America or the Far East or anywhere else where there are lots and lots of advances in those areas, but also to make sure that the UK itself, which has gone, and I think future historians, if they've still got any material to work on, will see as a really sort of pivotal, long question about who we are, what we are, etc., etc. I think Right to Learn, coming on the back of the Lifelong Learning Commission, was absolutely the right thing to do. And I think we all need to think, and you yourselves have had a very challenging time, about the way in which the pandemic, apart from the terrible toll it's taken of people's lives and livelihoods, has turbocharged many of those things. And we need to address that, and the best way of addressing it, I believe, is through a sustained celebration and funding of lifelong learning.
Excellent. No, thank you. Thanks, Bob. We're going to move into some questions. I guess it builds on that we, people in the audience will know we've got a relatively new ministerial team again in the Department of Education, so all change in government. Having been in that shadow, in two shadow administrations, one piece of advice for the new ministerial team, if there's one thing we could concentrate on?
You should never ask a politician just for one piece of advice. But seriously, I mean, I could talk about a number of things. I could talk about actually the need to cut across the silos with our colleagues in government. I could talk about being an enabling administration and not a micromanaging one. I could talk about money, because there has been a steady decline in that since 2012, and the disastrous issues around replacing advanced learning loans with, grants with advanced learning loans, which impeded. I could talk about, please don't go down the David Willits route. I'm sorry David wasn't here today, because I was like to have bearded him on the subject. I mean, I have great respect for him and what he's done for the Resolution Foundation and everything. However, I'm not sure that we're supporting the government pushing back the threshold for repayment of student loans to 21,000, which are going to hit new graduates, particularly in the North and the Midlands, very hard. And then saying, well, it's all right, you can all pay it off over a longer period, is exactly going to add to the sum of human happiness. But if there was one thing, it is stop micromanaging and be an enabling and pluralistic administration which does not believe that there is simply one silver bullet, as Boris Johnson seemed to think the other day.
No, thank you. And Ray, sort of coming to you, maybe building on that, could they take one lesson from the Scottish government approach in this? Or?
So many more than one. I'm conscious I'm a Scotsman in the middle of England, playing away, as it were, but a couple of points I'd like to pick up on there. I am pleased to say, and culturally a wee bit further down the road, in the sense of the ethos of government in Scotland is a little bit different to the ethos of government or the UK government. So we have got in development at the moment an adult learning strategy. We've also got in development at the moment a lifelong learning strategy. And the plus points to both of these is that the adult learning strategy is specifically focused with how do we address the issues of disadvantage right at front and centre. So that for me is a really encouraging development. The lifelong learning strategy is a little bit more about system connectedness and joining up providers and joining up sectors, etc. So that's more macro rather than perhaps at the level. If I was building on just the one bit of advice, I mean, for me, what I would do is, when I think, Simon, you positioned the question within the context of skills. For me, it would be about funding the whole skills continuum, you know, and actually focusing on the lower level of skills as much as setting the skills agenda at an arbitrary, in my view, level where the access and entry points are infinitely challenging, infinitely difficult. The second thing is it's morally the right thing to do. If no one left behind in Scotland or levelling up, or no one left behind in England because you stole it from us, is to become any kind of reality, the only way you're going to achieve that in a skills agenda is if you actually fund the lower levels of learning to those who actually need the start the most. And finally, if I put my business hat on, at a cost-benefit analysis terms, it stacks too, because actually the more people you can remove from dependency and is this working okay? Thank you. And state aid and whatever guise that might be, and turn that into active economic contribution and independent citizenship, economically you win, morally and ethically you win. So for God's sake, boys, get on with it.
Thanks, Ray. Applause for the Scotsman in the room. And you know, a nice segue into the next question. You'd think we'd maybe rehearsed or practiced this. Ray's touched on it, Gordon. You know, the view at the moment and the clues in the white paper is skills for jobs, and by skills for jobs, they increasingly are talking about higher level technical qualifications. Is that enough? Is that the right way to view lifelong learning, or should they be taking a wider look at this?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not the right the right way to be approaching this. And Ray, you just touched on the sort of what I would call the pipeline. There are 9 million people, and the government don't talk about this very much, I'm afraid. And there's always been a lot of people right the way through both administrations right to 2000, but it's just got worse and worse and worse. And it's not just morally elitist, just to focus. It's economically, stupid, because actually, you've got to have a pipeline. I mean, I have always talked to, New Labour had education, and what we've been saying, we said it in the Lifelong Learning Commission, is progression. And by that, I do not mean, being like you're on a Fordist production line, but that you actually, whether it's for life chances immediately or in the future, or thinking of new careers or thinking of citizenship, you have got to get those sorts of people in there, and that has to be a number one priority. I think the other thing, to be honest, and I'm going to hit this one home again, is the micromanagement in ESFA. And I don't know whether it's always difficult when you're dependent on government funding, or semi-dependent anyway. But you will be aware, or I hope people in this room are aware, that there is some form of inquiry, or whatever you want to call it, the Spanish Inquisition, being led by David Bell, who has he's the Zelig of HEFE and everything else, because he's almost as old as I am. And, he for 2 decades and all the rest of it, and of course he's been Vice-Chancellor of the University of Sunderland. But the serious thing is that we've got to get away from what I call the Willy Wonka chocolate factory system, whereby from time to time a new minister comes along, someone thinks up a catchy phrase, they throw out a bit of money, and the chocolate drops all come down, and people scrabble to get something on the floor. Just by going into, for instance, the issue of mayors and combined authorities and all the rest of it, one of the things there, and you can look through what have been successful over the last 10, 15, 20 years, and you can look at what the Learning Fund has done now, sadly, of course, deprived of government support in England. And the common thread is people working together in a horizontal, cooperative way, not trying to compete for the chocolate drops coming down from the Treasury.
No, thank you for that. And I want to come on to devolution at both the national level and the regional level, but just sticking with you for the moment, Gordon, will you just expand on that? You said it in your opening remarks about silo thinking. We've just said now about Treasury and Department of Education. What we know from our impact report is that, our students tell us all the time about the improvement to their health, their improvement to their family lives, community engagement, cultural activity. Have we got a role? Who do we need to be? How do we help government join some of this up? Is there a role that the sector should be playing in doing this?
Yes, there definitely is that sort of role, I have to, in the interest of truth, I have to say this is not something that's just been confined to government since 2010, and of course, as a backbencher and as a PPS under new Labour administrations. There was frustrations here as well, and I think Train to Gain, for instance, was an example of that. But yes, and actually, and we touched on this in the Lifelong Learning Commission. If you're always waiting for the white man or even the white woman on the charger to come through and deliver everything from the Department of Education, then it'll never happen. And you won't get the tectonic shift that you need, because people must have the buy-in. And that in turn emphasizes the holistic nature of lifelong learning rather than simply, the sort of pragmatic, sort of, dare I say, grad grind, since I've been in the Dickens sector earlier on, nature of it. And you only need to think about, you've mentioned mental health, you only need to think about sort of cultural things, health. That's an issue for the Department of Health. The whole range of things that come under the Home Office when they're not locking up people or issuing bloodthirsty threats about things, but things like ESOL, careers guidance, absolutely sort of hanging in the wind. But that is something that the Cabinet Office should coordinate. And to get that sort of buy-in across government, whoever is in power, is essential if you're going to sort of match the holistic strategies, again, of our competitors, but actually deal with all the people, and there's a whole list of people who ought to be prioritised in adult and lifelong learning.
No, thank you for that. And as always with these sessions, we need them to be longer than they are. So we've got about 5 minutes, so 5-10 minutes left. Ray, can I push forward on that question of devolution? So both at that national level, are there plans in Scotland, as you understand it, for second and third waves of devolution down to regional or local levels? Because what we're hearing strongly in England is that it'll go beyond mayoral authorities and down to county level, which, again, then that debate about local decision-making versus complicated funding systems, postcode lotteries, all these words we hear. What's the devolved picture for adult education budget in Scotland?
At the moment, the budget or the likely emerging budget is going to be exclusively aligned to the two strategies I've just talked about. There's been some interim funding, not just for the benefit of this conference, by the way, but some interim funding for adult learning just announced by Scottish Government today. And for the social media buffs among you, or Twitter buffs, I don't even know what that is. I work with alongside a few twits, but I don't know what Twitter actually is. But there's £2 million for adult learning just been announced today to deal with some of the issues around COVID and isolation and digital skills, which I think is really encouraging, pending money that has been already ring-fenced and promised for the adult learning strategy as and when it's launched in a few months' time. I think that's good. There is no wider devolution plan in Scotland as regards education to take it beyond the current devolved status of education that currently sits with Scottish Government. I think I'd like to pick up on one point, though, that you made a second ago, which was about the role of adult learning and about who's responsible for it and what the key messages are. And I think one of the real issues that we've got around adult learning is that, and this is where I think the sector needs to look inward rather than always look outwards for its solutions. Because I do think that there is a weakness in Scotland, and I'll just speak for the country I know. We have been really, really poor at actually demonstrating how adult learning can contribute to wider policies agendas across Scotland. And as a result of that, we've always sought to get money from pretty much one or two sources. And I think one of the challenges that the sector has as a whole, and I suspect it exists in England as well, is that we're going to have to find ways to better evidence our contribution and our impacts to a number of policy areas that are important to the government of the day. Whether we like that government of the day or agree with that government of the day, the only way we're going to leverage more money from them is if we can actually show that adult learning is going to make a difference to the delivery of the policies that they hold dear. So I think that's the challenge that we are facing in Scotland at the minute. It's one of the issues that we're trying to address through the adult learning strategy. So rather than have a fight about what adult learning really is, it's actually saying, can it make a difference to the poverty gap? Can it make a difference to attainment of minority groups? Can it make a difference to the child attainment issues that we've got as well, where attainment in 7, 10, 20 postcodes is chronically worse than it is in more affluent areas of the country. I think once you begin to show an impact on these kind of indicators, you will be able to leverage more money. Because trust me, there is no new money coming. The bottom line is that we've been told very clearly from Scottish Government is that the budgets are, technical term, knackered. And so therefore, it's about how can we better leverage money from within the pot of resources there already. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to show that adult learning is capable of more than it is currently perceived amongst the politicians that it's able to do. And that's where I think everybody in this room has got a part to play in delivering that.
Good. Thank you. Gordon, can I give you the sort of closing remarks, if you would? We're talking about, the title of our conference is The Future of Adult Education. So if you got that crystal ball out, if you look 5 to 10 years ahead for us, what... Oh, perfect. Sorry. So if you can look ahead for us, that crystal ball with all your experience, 5, 10 years' time, what will it look like, or indeed what should it look like? And are those two things the same? How optimistic or pessimistic are you about that?
Well, the first thing to say is, regardless of who's in government, and obviously I prefer it wasn't the present administration, it's that old saying, sisters are doing it for themselves, isn't it? And that's where some of the output can come. And it's about outcome. It's not simply about output. And what I would say to you, and what I would say to everybody in this room, and at our event, Labour Party conference last week, we had Tracy Brab in there. And, she's already getting a strategy together. I know there've been ups and downs in that. But basically, at the end of the day, there has to be a form, what I can call, pardon for being so England-centred, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, as it were. There has to be two devolutions. There has to be the devolution which gives those mayors and combined authorities and counties, although God help some of those counties, a say. But you have to make sure, because that's the way organisations sometimes work, there's a double devolution. so that actually, not intending to do so, mayors or combined authorities create their own bureaucracies and all the rest of it. So it has to be an interflow. I'm a Mancunian by birth. There's a reason, dare I say this in Yorkshire, there is a reason why Greater Manchester has got where it's got. And that's because over a 30-year period, those 10 authorities originally got together to stop Thatcher privatising Manchester Airport. But it's that sustained reaching out. And I'm thinking also about the third sector, I'm thinking about social care and that. And what I would say is in your own areas, work with those people. I know that you've made an agreement with the GFTU. Yeah. Dave Ward, who was our vice chair, our co-chair of the LLCOM, is hoping to do something similar with lots of people. But you asked me where we go in 10 years' time. Well, the landscape will be very different. I think more smaller businesses, the green revolution, which needs to come faster than it has, the gig economy, healthcare. But I'll leave you with one slightly disturbing thought. One of the things that I think the digital age has brought, I mean, it's done wonderful things. It's taken people up mountains, and it's rescued people from mountains and got people off for £20,000 appeal to take a sick child. It's also bullied people and caused some of them to lose it. So it's a mechanism. And one of the things that concerns me is that if we don't have a holistic view of lifelong learning, and if it's and there's two types of learning that we will need in the next 5 to 10 years. We will need short, sharp modules for retrofit, and I saw this in Blackpool with the sort of energy things, the alternative energy things that we're doing. So retrofitting plumbers and all the rest of it. But we're also going to need what I used to call common sense, and some people now call enabling skills, about younger people in particular, because we must take great care that we do not end up with a generation of highly motivated but very focused on process of the digital age. Younger people, often in very insecure jobs, and not just them, people in their 40s and 50s, and lacking in the skills of face-to-face oracy and everything else, because that way madness lies.
That brings this short session to an end. So thank you for listening, and thank you for listening online as well. Again, if you just show your appreciation to the panel, that would be great. So Ray McCowan, Gordon Marsden, thank you. Thanks, guys.
I'm going to be a shameless promoter here, and I have some leaflets about Right to Learn, which we as I say, we had the event last week, but it's also an intro to Right to Learn. There's no obligation for you to take them, but I'll leave them on the front there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we will. I'm sure there'll be lots of it. Slight amendment to the programme. We're just going to take a 5-minute, if you want me to use this. Just a slight amendment to the programme. We're just going to take a 5-minute break just to switch over. We've got the delightful job of handing out some volunteer awards. So if you just want to stretch your legs for 5 minutes, just give us 5 minutes to refresh the room, and we'll see you back in here. Or Mark will shout at you. So if you can come back promptly, that would be great. Thank you. That's what we were doing. That's why we needed the 5 minutes just to change things around. So apologies if the last session online looked a little bit dark. At least you didn't see Ray properly. So, you know, silver linings and everything. So as I said just before the break, this is one of the, you know, the best parts of the job for me. You know, we get to celebrate, you know, some of our great volunteers, and we've got 3 volunteers that we want to celebrate today. We've also done this with tutors. We've done it. We're doing some colleague awards, and we've done some colleague awards as well. So really trying to recognise across our wonderful association the contributions of all our people, whether they're paid colleagues, members, volunteers, and of course our students and their fantastic stories. So we've got 3 categories of award this year. We've got Branch Volunteer of the Year. We've got a Communications Volunteer of the Year. That's somebody that's really helped us in that communication space. And then we've got a WEA Champion of the Year that's, you know, out there advocating for us all the time, you know, spreading the word about the WEA. So we've got 2 of the award winners, unfortunately, can't join us for different reasons, and I'll explain why, but we do have 1 award winner in the audience as well, so we will have a presentation to do, which is very exciting. And our Vice President, Mark, who I don't think will shout at the winner, no. He will make that presentation for us. So I'll move on. So our first award is for Branch Volunteer of the Year. And the winner of the award is Rhiannon Pratley. Rhiannon is a committed member of the Danbury and Little Baddow branch, and she's currently branch secretary. She's also a massively keen student of the WEA, and that's why she's not here today. She's actually in a class. She's in a WEA class as we speak, and she wasn't willing to give that up to just come down here and shake hands with any of us, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So she's, you know, just been attending classes, you know, for a long time, and has taken on those branch responsibilities over the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, during the last year, I've got to know Rhiannon over Zoom, as we've all got to know people. And not only was she an early adopter, when we did those free taster sessions right at the beginning of lockdown, if you remember, and they were led by our Southwest region. Rhiannon was on those. She managed to convince people who were quite nervous in her branch about engaging with it. They gave it a go. She got 36 people to just have a go and do that. And then they've run courses all the way through lockdown. But the reason I know Rhiannon mostly is that she spent probably 12 months, you know, giving me unmeasurable amounts of grief about our approach to GDPR. So every single WEA Connect call that I've been on, Rhiannon's been in at me. When are we going to fix this? How are we going to fix this? It's stopping. It's getting in the way. I can't contact the students that I need to contact. So we threw it back to her and we said, well, help us then. Help us do that. You know what it's like at branch level. And she stepped up to that. She's been part of that working group that's been looking at it. We've still got a load of work to do. I'm not saying it's fixed, but it is by working together, and it's people like Rhiannon that have really rolled her sleeves up and said, okay, I'm not just going to moan about the problem. I'm going to try and do something to help you fix it. And that, for me, is a big reason why we've been able to give Rhiannon this award. So she's not here, she's in class, but if we can just celebrate that and recognise Rhiannon, I know she'd like that. So thank you. So our second award is for that Communications Volunteer of the Year, and the winner is T. Kwan. So T joined the WEA as a volunteer work placement in the West Midlands region, and she's part of Aston University. So she's doing a course at Aston University in business studies with a bent on communications and marketing. And again, that's why she can't be here with us today. She's in university, which is novel at the moment, not online, I think actually on campus. So, that's something. But her interest in marketing and communications and her existing knowledge and skills, it's quickly made a really massive impact in the West Midlands. And she really sort of helped that region really step up its media and communication. She's been greatly supported by the education coordinators in the region, and I think they've learned from each other. So she's brought those technical skills to, and then she's helped, the education coordinators have helped her apply them in an actual setting. So that real mutual benefit of a university student coming into our organisation, bringing skill and experience, but then learning how it actually works on the ground and those adaptations that you have to make. So I know that T's enjoyed that. She's carrying on, and she'll do a small research project as part of her university course, looking at the difference that was made in the West Midlands. And they've just enjoyed that mutual benefit, I think, of working with each other. So she was nominated by the West Midlands region, and we were delighted to recognise her. So our communications volunteer of the year is T Kwan. And that brings us to our third and final award. I mean, it's our WEA Champion of the Year, which I think is a fantastic title for this and well-deserved. And our winner is Nilafar Nalu, who's in the audience with us today, from the West Midlands region. So I've got some words that I've been given, Nilafar, and then we'll come to you. So my understanding is that a volunteer role, and really just role modelling that, because you assist in the classroom on ESOL courses, English for speakers of other languages. And not only do you verbally promote the WEA to people in your network and in your community, but you're also talking about and showing how much the values of the WEA resonate for you, and the positive sort of attitude that you bring. I've got written down here, always punctual, never rarely misses a class, and always has a positive attitude. Regularly telling students about how lucky you are to have the flexibility, of studying with the WEA. I know you've travelled two hours to come to us today, but a much longer journey. Coming from Bangladesh as a young married woman, spending years raising a family and looking after an extended one. And then building that confidence, coming into a classroom for the first time, and not only enjoying that yourself, but then acting as a role model for others. It's just an absolutely fantastic story, and it's what the WEA and our students are all about. It's not just about yourself, it's about helping others as well. And that came through really strongly for us. So you're the grassroots of our organisation. You've experienced the student journey. You've taken that student journey and decided to volunteer and try and help others do that. And we will be forever grateful for you to do that. So congratulations. Well done. Mark will make the presentation.
Thank you. Sorry, I am a bit nervous. Good afternoon. I am Nilufar. I am from Bangladesh. I don't know how to say thank you to WEA team. It is a great achievement in my life. I can't believe I did it. Special thanks to Chandni Chaudhary, who nominated me for this award and give opportunity to work with her. I am living in the UK over 31 years. I have struggled so much in my life. 25 years ago, I completed ESOL NT1 and 2. Nearly 12 years ago, I completed NT3 and Level 1. Since 2020, I'm doing voluntary at CBO. From last month, I'm doing work in secondary school as a lunchtime supervisor. I'm still doing volunteering and look after my grandchild. Voluntary is very valuable for you and the community. I will encourage everyone to volunteer. I raised a family of 3 children. They are well educated. Now I am ready to start my career. In future, I want to do further education and I want to be a teaching assistant. I'll say every woman needs her own dignity and identity. Thank you, everyone, again. Thank you very much.
Say again.
It's my daughter.
Oh, hi. And Nilüfer's just said to me, we're proud to have a daughter with her, supporting her today as well. So Nilüfer's daughter's with her, travelled up with her as well. So you must be proud of your mum. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, we all are. Yeah, well done. As I say, it doesn't get better than that for me. Recognising the fantastic effort that our volunteers put in. We can't do it without you. Increasingly, we can't do it without you. And we'll talk about that a bit more through the branch session that we're going to have. And then I'll come back to it in the plenary session as well. It is what makes us different. Our members and volunteers are what makes us different from any training provider that's out there. And there's millions of them now. It's a competitive market. But I don't think any of them can tell stories like that in the way that we can from a volunteer and member perspective. So we should hold on to that, and we should celebrate that rightly, as we just have. And we should be really, really proud of it, each and every single one of us. So thank you for that. That's a lovely session. Again, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We just need to switch things around. We've then got a plenary session back in here that's looking at the branches, and then we'll move. I'm going to maybe finish with a session as well later on. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the session on building our branches. We had a conversation this morning where we have different views and we share different views, which is fine, as to what a branch is. We only have half an hour as well. We've been very short and snappy on these sessions, which is good because it concentrates the mind. So I'm just going to give you a 2-minute resume of, for those of you particularly maybe online who are relatively new or could be to WEA, what the perception of a branch. Can you still not hear me?
No, my hearing aid had a fight with the mask.
Right.
Do I need to explain more? And I lost my hearing aid. So I don't want to deafen anybody.
They turned me down. Is that better?
Thank you.
Am I pointing away from you? Is that any better? Yes. Okay, so let's go back to the old handheld, early technology. Okay, so how are we doing if I hold the mic a little away? Am I still audible?
Hold it more horizontal.
Well, it still feeds back. Right, okay, that's fine. So as I was saying, you know, the traditional WEA branch arose from, in effect, its formation, when people gather together in groups with a passionate need and want to learn. They became branches because that's a trade union phrase, and there was a lot of linkage with trade unions. The concept of our formation, to some degree, has picked up on the trade union idea. It was there, ready-made, so WEA, you know, utilised it, and that's the way we've come forward, and it has served us amazingly well, and will continue to serve us very well in many areas. But it is no longer the only format for the 21st century. We have people, as we had very passionate comment this morning, people who want to meet in a different way. They want to meet online. People want to meet in networks and communities that are not coming together for the kind of education that we have all been used to and enjoyed and loved and will continue to enjoy and love as long as we can maintain that link. But just as Simon was asking earlier on, where do they see education of our guests in 10 years' time, we have to ask the question, where do we see our connections? And I'm using that word deliberately. Where do we see our connections in 10 years' time? Because there, I hope, will be the conventional branch. I hope there is a route for that, and I'm sure a lot of you will make sure of it. But people running it, you know, we're all getting older. Is that younger generation going to come in and want that format? So if we don't start thinking now about what our future format is going to be, we are going to be on the back foot in 2 or 3 years' time. So that is the point. Just as we're saying the future of education, what we're saying is, what is the future of our community? And we are a community. However we meet, we are a community. And that is what we want to get your views and your feedback and your thoughts on today. So that's quite enough from me. Do you want to say a little bit before we go any further ahead?
Can you hear me with that microphone? Yes? Good. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Katie Easy. I'm the new Director of Education for Community Learning. So this is the heart and soul of my job. And really the context has been set in a large part from the discussions that we've already had. But what you've got to keep in your mind is the current financial consultations from the government, which propose taking community learning out as a funding line in its own right. We've got a skewed view about what community learning is and the value that is placed on it. And there are some whispers about UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which will be the replacement fund for the European Social Fund post-Brexit, and whether some of the provision that we do should sit in that bracket. What I also want you to consider is that from talking to a lot of you, at branch level, in your localities and remotely, I can hear some frustration and with some of the processes and systems that we have. If you were to blank slate it and look at it eyes afresh, in that context, what do we do? What do we do differently? What do we keep, which is brilliant and fantastic? And how do we flex to adapt to ensure that what we keep is the thing that we all value most? And that's what this is about. It's about maintaining that heritage, maintaining that provision, keeping our learners at the heart of what we do, but we might need to do it in a different way, and we might need to fund it in a different way. And that's what we really need you to start sharing with us as we go through that journey. So, if we may, Louisa, do you want to have anything else? Yeah, can they?
Great. Okay, so just a quick straw poll for people in the room, and our lovely AV team are going to pop a little link in the YouTube for people on there to fill it in, but you can fill it in later if you need to. Hands up if you're a member of a branch and that is really, really important to your experience of the WEA. Perfect. Good number in the room. Member of a branch and you enjoy it, but it's not the most important thing of your WEA experience. One. People who aren't members of branches but would like to be. Perfect. And people who are members of branches and that's not their that's not what they're planning to get out of the WEA. Couple bit everywhere, but a really strong, enthusiastic branch team in here, which is going to be very useful for this conversation, but want people who've got all sorts of opinions to chime in. So Katie, is there a specific question you want to ask? Or, ooh. Sorry, a little bit of a microphone tangle.
I want to steer the conversation. I want you to tell us what you think, to be perfectly honest. So, does anyone want to contribute? Go there first.
The lady in the front first.
Hello, yes. As a member of a branch and on the committee of a branch, most of our members identify with their branch. They don't identify with a national organisation, are very unaware of it. But I've been searching on the website and trying to talk to people at the local area. How do we fit into the overall organisation? There is nowhere that I can find a template which says this is the structure and this is how branches fit in, or who I communicate with, or how I find things out.
Please.
Ooh. Okay, so I'll try without taking up the whole of the session to pick that one up. I think, again, there's a little bit of deja vu from this morning coming here. I think I did say this morning that, we have, through various metamorphoses and changes and reorganisations, we have lost some connection across the network. And we have been working very hard. It was in John Widdowson, trustee's comment, in some of Simon's comments, been in my comments, that we have had a fairly deep-rooted look at our governance. And we have been working through the trustees, through the council, and we are going to take that review further along the line. I'm not going to say down. It's not a downward and upward strata. It's a line. It's an along the line where we all have a connection. And that is our next step, to go back and look at how we connect with our regions, with our federations, with our local councils, and with our members. So the communication has not been as great as it might have been. And we do want, it's a bit apple pie this, but we want a family of WEA across the association, but that family to all have their own different areas. We don't want to be uniform. We don't want to be a one-size-fits-all. We're not a one-size-fits-all. We never were. And what we have to do is find that connection with people that allows them to be individual, but in a modern world with modern funding and with modern requirements and reporting and everything else that we have to do, we are a family. And that family will fall out. I know it does, because families fall out. But the main thing that binds us, I hope, is going to be the fact that we all have a common aim. And if we can find that common conversation and that common aim, then we will remain a happy, bickering family. So bear with us. We are moving there, and we do accept it's not there yet. You can find details from your regional office. They will have structure details. Okay, they should have a full structure plan. Ask for that. If they haven't got one, then make sure that they get one for you. Okay?
Sorry, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. We can take it away and have a look at it then. Yeah, thank you.
There is a mic roving around you.
I think there are two completely different questions here. One is the state of the current branch model. And for those of you who know me well enough, I'm chair of Southern Region. I'm not going to go into that now. I think it's a real issue, but I think it would be very negative. What I think is much more positive to look at is a little bit of what we were touching on earlier in terms of new networks, new communities for people who don't necessarily want to be in a located branch. And I think that is the most exciting possibility. It widens WA's opportunities to a much bigger demographic. It gets us closer to 24/7, though frankly, I don't think I'll ever be attending class at 3 a.m. However anybody broadcasts it, but maybe I need to go to the States and then I'll enjoy it. So I think that is something I would like WA strategically to start looking at, particularly in view of the current funding, because the nightmare of postcodes is the other opportunities for networks or communities. And please don't let us call them branches, because that turns so many people off. For those of us in them, we love them. But actually, we need new communities or new networks. And if Pat, and I like that idea, wants the whole WA community, then we need little networks within it. Please, let's spend some time on that.
There was a hand up at the back. Can I go to the back and then we'll come to you?
Hi everyone. I wanted to touch on fundraising. At the moment, I've been here, been with the WA maybe 2 years, 2.5, something like that. But what I know from the little that I've seen is that we're sitting on a lot of money. And what I mean by that is all the classes, all the sessions that are delivered, they're actually worth quite a lot of money to some people out there. And there are different platforms that we can use to, if you like, transfer or convert this into money. There's YouTube. People will watch YouTube videos 24/7. So I don't know if funding kind of prevents us from doing certain things, but I know that YouTube is one avenue. The second thing I can think of is innovation. There is so much technology that goes into the way we deliver things, and that's something we can package and sell to other people that want to do similar things, reach out to the adult, education world. Thirdly, there are R&D pots of money out there. I run a training organization, so there are things I have looked into myself for my business. There are R&D pots out there, and they might enable us, if you like, pilot things, and then once we've kind of mastered it, then we can package it and sell it.
I think there's a couple of things to pick up on from that. Yes, there's opportunity for us to be maximising income in different ways. Simon and I keep talking about TED Talks and the fact that we've run all these free lectures and we could have them as TED Talk, like our own WEA TED Talk. Can you not hear me? No, we can't. TED Talks. So TED Talks are an international forum where people give short lectures about subjects that are very specific. But we're doing that, and we're not celebrating that in a meaningful way. We should be celebrating that both to raise profile, but also to raise income. I think research and development funding is absolutely where we should be looking, but I think there's a whole bigger piece about fundraising that we need to be very mindful of, and Louise is better placed than I am to speak about it, but that we have huge opportunity to use our charitable status to allow us to raise funds that subsidises the learning of those who can't afford to pay it, for those who are most marginalised, those who are hardest to reach. And in this current funding landscape, those who are currently not the focus of the funding agenda. And we have a social responsibility and a charitable responsibility to make sure that we are using those monies effectively to support those learners. And I think we have to keep that consideration in our minds at this point. Do you want to add anything about fundraising?
I'm going to get your email address after this and we can have a more in-depth chat about fundraising. I think, Ms. Burr, I think this chap's had his hand up for a while, and then the lady in the polka dot. I'm aware we've only got a few minutes. And then we'll go to YouTube.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Graham Brown, I'm Treasurer of the South Tyneside branch of the WEA and on the Regional Committee of the North East. I'd be the last person to romanticise branches. They can have exhilarating highs and they can have desperately lows. They're, as the name implies, geographic branches. They're accidents of geography. People are thrown together because they live in the same area. What I would perhaps suggest, yes, online has its place, but we've had some success with thematic branches. Somebody's already mentioned the green branch. You can change the word branch whatever you want, but they're thematic groups of people. We've got a green branch, we've got a history and heritage branch. And you talk about young people, my grandson, he's 18, just started university, he won't answer the phone. The idea of getting him to a branch, a geographic branch, I would have to carry him bodily to there. He would come immediately to a history branch. He loves local history. If there was a local history branch near him, he'd be straight there. We've got to think in different ways. Online, thematic branches where people have a shared interest, other ways of doing things. Rule nothing out.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to respond?
Just to pick you up quickly on that, I think you can have a regional thematic branch online, but that can join up with other regional thematic online branches to become a much bigger part of something. So you could have a WEA history consortia, network, made up of, and that's the joy that we've got the opportunity to look at those kind of things. Someone said to me, and I say this with caution, I asked what the difference was. We're seeing a growth in thematic branches. We're seeing a decline in traditional branches. And I asked someone what the difference was. And they said thematic branches had a focus. And actually, I think that focus, correct me if I'm wrong, has been lost a little bit from some of the more traditional branches. And we've got to put the glue back. And that's working out what that glue looks like.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. I just want to contribute to the other conversation, which is fundraising. And obviously, this is not elitist, but the WEA has a huge wealth of tutors, okay, covering many subjects. And out there in the UK, there are individuals that have come up through their organisation that just want knowledge on a specific thing. It could be current affairs, art history, who knows, ordinary history. You know, all of the wealth of our WEA courses delivered by our specialist WEA tutors. Now, there obviously, you know, we, to fund our community learning, we have got to, well, we all recognise that there are people earning huge amounts of money, huge, gigantic, unimaginable amounts of money that could maybe, you know, afford £500 a session. I'm not even sure of the going rate, but, you know, it could be researched. And have some, I mean, it would have to be set up perhaps by a volunteer, some sort of online aspect where a person with a lot of cash could actually obtain specialist knowledge within the hour on a certain thing or within a day. Do you know what I mean? We have got this resource, and the tutor could earn more than the going rate of being a tutor, but the WEA could then use that to fund its community learning. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a few comments on YouTube, so we'll go to them and then we'll come to you.
Thanks. So we have got a few things. So Jude from WEA North East says, thank you to Graham regarding the thematic branches. Well done, Graham. She also says, apologies, I don't know if Jude's a man or a woman. Hello, Jude. So Jude says, woman, hello. Jude says, are pay-as-you-go YouTube sessions feasible for us as a charity? So that's an interesting suggestion there. I've got Patrick and McCarthy saying there are some really good ideas here, but please don't forget the teaching staff and copyright, which is a very good point. And probably finally, Jude also mentions the Volunteer Innovation Fund really being helpful, which is good. Peter McKentry says, in the name of pluralism and equality, not elitism or exclusion, nothing should be taken off the table in terms of different ways of provision.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, just hearing Jude's name has triggered something in my head. So in her region at the moment, they're working on a project which is going to be walks, and they'll go through different areas and they'll point out moments of like historical interest. And so what we're looking at is, you know, those are going to be free walks. How can we make sure that when people take them, they know that there is an option to, you know, make a donation to the WEA to help fund those? And then it's such a beautiful idea. We're also looking at how in the future can people fund those sorts of walks in their areas. So I think, you know, it's just a really interesting way of, like I say, not leaving any stone unturned and making sure that we're constantly looking at what we're putting on and how we can monetize that a little bit more, which is very cold and heartless of me. But and then I think, oh, yeah, sorry.
Hi, I'm Scylla and I'm a WA voluntary member, full stop. I don't belong to a branch, never have belonged to a branch. I've been a WA tutor, a data manager, you name it, I've done it in the WA for the last 35 years. I think the model that we talk about is wrong. Can anyone here tell me where is the top of the internet or the centre of the internet? Is it located? Anybody know where it's located? It's not. It's exactly like the WEA. The head office that we think about is actually just the business end of things. The executive, the people who send out the bits of paper. There is no head of the WA. It's a network. It's a World Wide Web. It is actually a World Wide Web. It goes across other countries, not just this country. So I think once we get our heads around that and stop talking about hierarchies or even families, you're not my family, you're my internet, you're my... because I can't think of, you know, it doesn't work nowadays. It might have worked 50 years ago, but we're still doing the same job that Albert Mansbridge asked the organisation to do, is to take the learning to the learner. Get a venue, if that's the internet, that's fine. In the southwest, the guy used to get on a train, the tutor used to get on the train, travel on the train to Penzance with the learners because the union wouldn't get, the employer wouldn't give them the time off. So he exited university, got on a train, gave the course overnight and then came back. We take the learning to the learner, whoever it is, wherever it is, and by whatever means we need to take it. So I think that's what Albert Mansbridge wanted us to do.
Can I don't disagree with a lot of that. I think I just need to put a note of caution on it. You're absolutely right. We need to take the education, we need to take the tutors where the learners are. And from that point of view, I think you are absolutely right. You know, we are on that par with the web. But I think we also have to remember that we are, for better or worse at the moment, and where the future is, that's a whole different story. But at the moment, we do take the king's shilling. And therefore, we have to have some sort of system and setup and accountability. Yeah, we have. And therefore, you know, we have to have that machinery and that network that allows us to do that and account for it. So, but I do take your point that, you know, certainly from a grassroots, for want of a better word, which is not a great word, from a grassroots point of view, the really important thing is the money is no use if we can't use it for education. So the education out there is the number one priority, and the priority, I do believe, of the staff that we have and the network we have is to make sure that every spendable penny goes into education. So I think we have a mix, and I may call it a family. You don't see it as a family, that's fine. As I said, we have a right to disagree as long as ultimately we provide the education.
When people speak, they stand up so that I can look at their face.
Do you want to? All I was going to say on this business about belonging to a branch, I'd be happily join a branch, but if the courses aren't there that I want to do at a local level, see, I've joined up nationally. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I do apologise. No, I was going to say, I would happily join a branch. I signed up nationally. I did a course 5 years ago. I had to go 50 miles to do that specific course because it just was not offered in my area. And there are certain courses, particularly ones which lead, say, to a level 2 or 3 award, where there's a huge number of them in the north of England and perhaps London. But if you live just literally sort of 5 minutes this side of London, you don't qualify to be able to join that course. So the local branches do need to also look at what they are offering, you know, a mixture of lecturers and things that are of general interest, but other courses that perhaps might lead to a qualification, etc., in view of the fact people up and down the country are now having to try and change their professions at moment's notice because they don't know, you know, some of us don't know when we're going to retire now anymore. Now, those who could get their pension at 60 were very lucky. Some of us who are going to be nearer 70 have to look at what we're going to do for the next so many years. And that is why we need these ability to get qualifications. Thank you.
Can I pick up on something here? Because I think this is a recurring comment that I've heard today. The postcode issue is not going away. And I think we have to be really sensitive to this because it is not of our making. It is a restriction placed by the MCAs, by the mayoral compound authorities. It's a restriction being placed when we're unsuccessful in devolved areas, which means that we can no longer provide education in those patches because we don't have a public purse to do so. And that's part of this discussion, because if we are going to continue to provide learning for all, we have to be able to pay for it in a different way. If I contextualise this for you, 2% of our enrolments last year were unfunded enrolments. That's a huge 2%. That's a huge amount of money. Now, we made a conscious decision, if you like, in the context of COVID, that that's something that we would do. We cannot continue to be in that position. So the postcode situation, if anything, runs the risk of getting worse as we get more devolved areas. So please keep that in your minds when you're considering fundraising, the position of branch, how we use branch provision, how we use non-branch provision that's still cultural learning, all of those conversations, because we have got to adapt to that landscape, because you're right, before we could, because we had one grant that served the whole of England, and it was absolutely straightforward. We don't have that anymore, sadly.
Sorry, so we have run out of time, which we thought we probably would because this was a very exciting topic. So in anticipation of that, at the back of this room, there's a corkboard, put notes and pens, so please put in any feedback, stick it to the board, it will be there till the end of the day, so just come and return and do it, and people on YouTube have a link as well where they can fill in those questions or they can comment directly under the video and we'll pick them up. So just thank you everyone, it's been wonderful.
And can you just keep in your minds, we have spent half an hour on this and look what's come out. When we really start thinking about it and when you start talking in your regions, and if you're not connected to a branch, your geographic location will connect you to a region, okay? And you can input at the moment until we get something slightly different sorted out, find out where your regional office is. If you don't know, then ask a tutor. And you can connect direct through your regional office. So keep thinking, keep discussing, and we will move forward. Thank you.